Good morning, Trader Fam. Welcome to Bullfrog and TA here. It is Thursday. We have Thursday, May 18th. It is currently, what is it? It's 8:30, 8:32 East Coast time. It's about 5:32 out here on the West Coast. Beautiful 57 degrees here in Southern California. So bear with me as we're going to, let me get a couple things up and going. Run just a little bit late this morning, but we are here. Gotta communicate with a few things right now. Trying to fit in my schedule here. As if you haven't yet, and please don't forget to hit that like and subscribe button. It really does help. So I believe that all communities should stick together. So I'm just going to take a minute here, and I'm going to go around to the other channels, a few channels that we're affiliated with, or if not, they're a big part of our family here, and just letting them know, hey, we're supporting you over here, and give them that good old thumbs up, and tell everybody over there good morning. So this is not trolling. This is what this is. This is the camaraderie that we support and that we encourage here over at Bullfrog and TA. And at that note, we'll take this opportunity to say good morning to everybody there in the trading floor as well, and everybody here on Spy. Trying to multitask here at the same time. We'll get everything up and going here in a minute. I hope everybody ended well yesterday. I did pop on there for a few minutes at post market close, just do a small little follow up. Um, I hope no one got caught up in that last play on the backside of it, but those that are in it or those that got out of it, you could see the repercussions of catching something on the back end and how far it really takes you and how it can really hurt you. Uh, all right, there's that. Okay, let's run around. Like I said, I want to make sure that I continue my support in different ways, in different channels. So there you go. And one of my most favorite channels here that I'm going to go over and say good morning to and make sure that they get their like and their support from myself and Bullfrog and TA too is OTC. Those are that want to little more about options and get some insights as far as on the politics side and more detail into the news and stuff like that. That's the channel that I turn to and I go for my answers. So they do a great job over there. That's outside the charts. We will put a link here in the description for them as well. So let me run over to them, let them know we support them. Good morning to all of them, and then we'll get our show started up and going. So I'm still getting the scanners reset right now. I want to make sure we have the most current and up to date information for everybody here. And all right, I noticed during this week since we started, I haven't been able to show my support. So I told myself last night, don't stop doing it. Don't stop supporting them. This is how this is how magic happens. You gotta support each other, build everybody up as much as they can, never knock anybody down, and you go to sleep a lot easier at night. Okay, so there's that. Like, and now let's worry about ourselves, right? I always worry about other people before myself. It's something I always done, but I enjoy it. It makes me feel better as a person. So, alrighty. So now let's run over here. Apologize. It took a little couple minutes there. I'm listening to the backside what's going on in Discord. A lot of different tickers are being thrown out there. Hearing the DD on them and the cautions and what we could be looking forward to as well. This morning I was getting some things ready and didn't have that much time on the scanners. But I have a few from yesterday. We are going to explore some of these top movers and the biggest gainers and the biggest losers. We're going to go over those together. And like I said, hopefully remind me, folks, do not. I don't want to get caught up too long in SPY. Okay, now let's go over here. Make sure everything and the mic is off. All right. As you see, like I said, it's going to benefit you guys. I do talk out loud, but when I'm in plays, it really helps people, I suppose. All right. So we have this boil up here. We're gonna come back to this one. Something I was looking at right before open. I'll look into see how it moves right before open. So ICU. This is one that came up on the trading floor today. It is. We'll just use this chart right here. It's kind of like when we'll go more in detail with it over. Excuse me. Let me put this over here. We'll go more in detail with it as I move over to our day trading charts. So, real quick, let's do a run over. Okay, number one thing, the thing I like to do, especially in something like this, if you want to do it quick, we'll try to do it as slow as we can so you guys understand. But if you follow along and on a daily basis, you'll understand where we're going. I don't have to sit there and explain this stuff, and I can fill that time with some knowledge about what we're looking at. So. Right now, I'm going to look at the 4-hour and everything right here. And what I'm looking at, I don't have the SMI up right here on this chart, but I can still use the RSI to tell me where I'm at. So on this ISU, and this is on the daily, it is at the bottom. So we're down here at the 17.5. So that is an area to turn around and go to the upside. The last earnings report on this was March 30th, it looks to be. So that's weird. I had like two. Oh, probably a dividend. The RSI looks really good on it. We're going to get confirmation as we go over to our day trading chart. That's where we're going to have our SMIs, oscillators. We're going to have our EMAs inside there, a lot more lines. So we just want a clean view real quick without any distractions, anything trying to throw some FOMO on my mind. We're just going to look at the 4-hour just with the RSI, very clean. Of course, let's leave our alligators up there. That's our moving averages. They work really well. And currently right now you can see that we're in a death cross and the legs are wide, opening wide up. So ICU is definitely, let me get my pen. This is one that I'm going to put a star against because on a lower time frame, it does look a lot better. So all these that we're going to search through, ones that are worth it, we're going to go ahead and take a note with them. And as we move over to, like I said, over to the other chart, we'll start dropping down the time period in there and then finding how much we'll make. But first thing we got to know, and the reason why I'm doing this is, we talked about this RSI, what positions, once we get over the 80, then we're in a more, let me open this up so we kind of there you go. Once we get over the 80, that's when money is made. That's when the volatility is there in the market. Same thing is once we drop below the 20, those are the points where you want to start looking for entries. Okay, and that's where the volatility is as well. So, and hopefully what we could build up here can get us riding up through and then maybe retest some new highs. So that's what we most want to anticipate. So right now, can the ICU turn around, dude, and have a beautiful day? Absolutely. There's chances there. Am I seeing any kind of indications, signs, and patterns? Got one pattern here, but I need a little more data to be able to get a confirmation on it. So we definitely want this 55 to cross over the 100 here. Let me drop this down low. We need the 55 cross over the 100 and go ahead and put ourselves into a golden cross. Understand that when any time of these lines cross, we're going to get a reaction, okay? And if we are going into a golden cross, and when we come out of the golden cross, going into a death cross, it does exactly how it's pronounced. It's going to die off, okay? And something I always use as a phrase is kind of sick or whatever way you want to look at it, but when a human body dies, what does it do? It gives its last breath, okay? Well, that's what we want to take advantage of. And when a ticker gives its last breath and it's going into a death cross, it's going to give you 3 reactions, okay? The first one is going to be when the 55 crosses over, or any one of these 3. Once this 55 crosses over the 100, okay, you're going to get that little bit of pump before it dumps, okay, and then it's going to come down a little bit, and then as we get a crossing of the next reaction, whether it's the 200 or the 100, wherever, or it's the 55 crossing over 200, wherever which way, we're going to get that same reaction, okay? So that will give you watch for that 3 set, like I had mentioned. It's kind of like waves in the ocean, you're going to get that 3 sets, you know what I'm saying, and then you get a reaction. So you're going to utilize those, how there's 2 ways, well, there's two of many ways that I, in particular that I use for this for. So one is if we're going into a golden cross, on the other hand, okay, we're coming out of a death cross, we're going into a golden cross. This is the reaction that we commonly get, is that it wants to go ahead and dump before it pumps. So it's like they want to push it down before everybody gets some good number, get their good entries, and then we're going to go ahead and run that thing up. So remember, you can FOMO on the first one, the second one, but remember, we're going to get 3 actions on it. So wait for the third one to either get your entry, or on the death cross to if you're not out already, you have 3 sets to be able to give you that opportunity to get out before we actually get the drop, and then we want to follow into that death cross. So these are the things I'm looking at as we pop through here. I'm not going to spend too much time on that. So watch ICU, and you can see that Webull here is already calling them out to be the top gainers for today. Not saying it is the top, but this is what Webull's saying with their what they have dialed into their scanners. So we have ICU, that's indicator Charlie Uncle, that is up 84.75% right now, and we have a volume of 2.22 million. Next one down is WLGS. Okay, that's Wang's Lee. Be careful with these tickers, but I was playing this about 3 weeks ago. But that one is WLGS. That's William, Larry, George, Sam. Currently, right now, we're up 60%, and we're running on about 819,000 in volume. Next one down, so we'll pop that one open. Okay, same thing as the rest. This is an IPO. That's probably why I was playing it. I enjoy the IPOs. So right now, after the IPO, it came down, and it kind of found itself its bottom. Okay. We are in a death cross on the daily here. We don't have that much data yet on here for the indicators I'm using. That's why you kind of see it pretty plain, or you start seeing that alligators just starting to pick up here. So let me do one thing real quick. So we want those legs to cross over, and take it from there. Sorry, I'm just checking on why it looks foggy over here on this side. If you guys are getting a foggy screen over on your side, go ahead and put a 1 in the chat if you don't mind. Okay, and meanwhile, I'll go and continue on this. So on the daily, they're not going to get us RSI. The RSI hasn't even been born yet on the daily. So something like this probably have to go down to the 4 hour. Bam, there's a RSI. It's there. And we're about midway on the RSI, so there's room to go to the upside. It looks pumping up here with some really good volume. It's currently right now we're at 848,000 with a average of 1.58 million. So we get a little more volume in there, we'll be able to get up and over to the average, and we can start seeing some more action. So we'll go more in detail with this later. It's on the 4 hour because the daily we don't have the data to give us what we're asking for. So that'll be one we want to keep an eye on as well. We'll find out more in detail with it. So I kind of like that one again. Let me write that down. William, Larry, George, Sam. Okay, so we're going to come back and look at this one as well. And let's go down over here. Okay, so now we're at ALIM. That's Adam, Larry, Indicator, Mary. All right, and we're on the daily chart right now. And you can see that we do have an upward high going on it. And on the RSI, we are about waist level, and the legs are open up wide. So currently we have a volume of 1.43 million, and with the average of 24,000. So the volume most certainly is there. You can see the agitation over here on the side. So that's something that we're going to go ahead and we're going to mark down. So what I am not going to mark down, let me write this down. Hold on. Adam, Larry, Indicator, Mary. Okay. What I'm not going to mark down, okay, I'm not saying it's not going to move or it's not going to make no money. When I see my RSI that it's way up and over the 80, okay, and I'm on the daily, I'm not going to mess with it, unless something really catches my eye. Well, we know for sure we got some good confirmation via news or whatnot, earnings, that we are going to be testing some new highs. I'm just going to stay away from that play at all costs. Reason being is because our chances of it, our risk factor just went way up. Okay, because there's no certainties that we're going to test some new highs. So when I spread out here, let me open this up a little bit. You can see here's our prior high on this was back in March 24th. So we have all this room for this thing to run up. All right. Notice how this one just took off right here. So it's almost a repeat of this one. So our chances are greater to pick up these opportunities right here. Okay. Another little backup notion that I have with picking up the stocks from down here, okay, is especially on the SMI, and we'll find those out as we move over, is if that trade doesn't move fast enough for me for that day and I did not get out on time. So remember, put your stop losses, folks, please, or set your alarms, which way you prefer. That if I missed it, if I just and I don't want to DCA down, okay, then I'm able to go ahead and swing this at this time. That trade just turned into a swing. Why? Why am I going to leave it as a swing? And I'm going to hold a little bit if I can. If I don't need the powder for say, then I am going to run up that RSI or the SMI until it goes back up to the top, and of course, at that point, once I get my money back along this way, as it goes back up, if it didn't move fast enough, I'll take the decision then to either pull it out or go back in or jump in on the next movement on it if that's the case. But commonly, if we see something that's way up on the RSI, okay, time appropriately, it has to, it really determines on what time frame you're looking at. But on the dailies, if it's all the way up, we're just going to walk away from, okay? So it is, we haven't gone through SPY yet. That's fine. That's why I'm waiting a little bit for that. So just look at the time, folks. So this one right here, I like it. Okay, so I'm gonna add this one down, which I just did to our charts, and I'm gonna continue on. So next one, real quick, is we got CWD, and right now it is up 37%, and it's an IPO. How do you know? Because there is no data on it. They can tell you that right away with the let me note this too, by the way. See, that's Cat William Douglas, and it's an IPO. So we'll walk down that right now real quick if we get time. Okay, so right now on 20-minute, we're just creating data. So apparently this is an IPO from this morning. I don't have to look for it. You can tell by the charts. We're not going to get no RSI data. We're going to have no data on this, okay? The only thing you can really use on this is your DD and your experience, okay? And how do you get experiences? Is you have to fall to learn, but not necessarily all the time. That's what this Discord's great about over here, is that I promise you there's one person inside here who's been down that road, and they can explain where they went wrong and what they learned, where they can apply in the future to prevent that from happening, any further. So IPOs are dangerous. It's a whole different trading strategy. You got to remember certain things. Now, IPO, that's when they want to come out of the gate. The horses are running out of the gate, and about the 6th lap, we're gonna figure out how many horses are really going to be still running. So in this case right here, it's still testing. The high on it today, and the high today right now was $8.80, and the low when it took off was $3.79. So with an IPO opening at $3.79 and at $8.80, it's doing what an IPO does. Okay, typically. So, but IPOs, they're very funny. It's very risky. It's 50-50. Right now you can see that we're coming up to that prior high, and it's going to want to retest that area. At times you'll see that retest of this area, like what it did, and it shoots up another 100%, or it will sit there and say, you know what, this stock is not worth it. Okay, the value was overpriced up at this point, and the only thing they can do is bring it back down. All right, to try to find the true value of it. Okay, so that's why I say that your risk factor is really high, because we already know that we have a prior of $3.79 at open. Sometimes stocks don't run out, jump off the gate on IPO. Sometimes they dump. Sometimes that's better for you than one that's running. Okay, but because if it dumps, it has a reason for being there. So we know we're going to at least get half that back, whatever dumped, if not more. So going back to this one right here that we're looking at right now, it's coming up to retest that prior high. Be careful. If it's not worth it, then it's going to dump. But I've seen these come up to that prior high. It's just beginning of this. Remember, this ticker is just beginning. This is the birth of a ticker, folks, right here. So if you start playing this and watching it, you start seeing all the RSIs, the birth of the RSIs, your other indicators and moving averages and all that stuff. It's kind of exciting. So be careful. Okay, understand that a stock is only worth so much, and it's only worth so much to the demand. Who wants it? The price in that person's eye, price of the data that it has or whatnot. So be careful this one as you go into it. We'll keep it on our radar. We'll definitely dive in a little bit on it to see if it does want to run up, how much room is it going to run up, and how we're going to get those sources is that we're going to start doing our DD. We're going to dive in and find out about the company, see its promises, see what kind of catalyst it has to judge if it is going to get up and over that or not. So this one here, be careful with. I wouldn't recommend any of this to any average new trader. It's not worth the risk. This trade right here, even if it wants to run another 200%, 300%, is not going to get you that Lamborghini, and you're really tampering with your risk level. So really identify where you feel comfortable at and manage it. Okay, and it's not about emotions comfortable; it's about finance comfortable. Okay, remember, every stock has its own value to it. And what I mean by that, I'll use two for example. I may spend my max will be $5,000 on Mullen, but my applied, I have a budget of $25,000. If that makes sense. So I put values to my stocks because I know that applied is a solid, great, perfect. In my eyes, it's a really solid stock. Mullen, I think it's I don't want to be FUD, you know what I'm saying, but I'm not gonna BS you guys, So Mullen, it's one of those things. Hey, the fight's going on, everybody's throwing their attention to it. A lot of emotions are involved with it. It's a really, really, really hard sector to keep up with. Okay, because you got to think about it, folks. With Mullen, what do they have to offer? Okay, and at that notion, what do they have to offer that Tesla or Ford, which is huger companies, a lot more engineering backing on all of them that they have not already have produced, or if not, that they just walked right past. Okay, so I don't jive on. Mullen is going to have to do better for the company and be more solid. Not because of what some new investor comes in and says, here, I'm going to blow smoke up your guys', you know what, and tell you, oh, it's going to be great. This is a new something that no one's ever going to see. It's going to stop the world. It's going to put Tesla down. Yeah, right. That's, come on. Even, I know I exaggerated just now when I said it, but that's pretty much what the guy is doing. People buy into that crud, so, the reason why I'm bringing this up, don't just go into something because everybody else is, or because, the momentum, everybody thinks that it's going to be a squeeze or not. You know what, dude? Excuse me, I don't mean to call you folks, dude, but, when the time comes, you'll know. If you're doing your job, you're paying attention, you'll know. You don't have to keep dumping money into these stocks, okay, just to get them to push. You should not have to work or invest more than your initial investment into that position or into that stock just to get your return, or at least get your money, or at least get some sort of return on it, okay? That's not what this is about here, okay? The company, the stocks have to be solid to carry themselves. Okay, and if you find a stock that is clearly moving on hype, okay, then go, more power to you. Go be the hype person. But your risk factor just went sky high. All right, so keep motions away from it, and really understand what your investment, what competition is out there for them. So. This IPO, this is something, like I was saying, I would not bring to the floor any average trader because the risk factor is a lot more higher. Okay, so let's move on. And I noticed one just squeezed in here. Where'd it go? Right here. Let's just jump over here. This one is E, and it's a bioscience. I love my bio, my therapeutics. I know this stock. That's why I mention it. Not just because it's on the scanner here. If I see something I know is junk, that's what I was trying to explain just a minute ago. I'm just not even going to say it. I don't care if it's running 200% because I know where personally, which I could be always wrong, but I know from prior in the past that, hey, that rock is in the road and it's going to trip you, So this ENVB, that's Edward Nancy Victor Boy. That one currently is up 44% right now. It's a bio stock. We'll kind of get out of the bio stock season, but that one seems to be moving here in the pre-market. So for what we do, we go over, we pop that up. Remember, we want some quick data on this real quick as we go through. I'm going to be looking at the daily. The daily, it seemed to found one, we found a pattern here. 2, it found a support line. 3, we're getting the RSI crossover. So it looks like we're going to get some upside. We'll know more detail once we go over to our trading floor, our that day trading charts, and that's where our SMIs and a lot of other indicators are there to get some confirmation. But currently, right now, the high was $1.55 and the low was $1.40. We're sitting with 581,000 with an average of 32,000. So well above average. It has the girth to get going. I don't know if that's the right word, but it has the girth. It has what it takes to get the stock moving. So I like that one. Let's go ahead and mark that down. And this one right here, I like it to a point where I'm gonna throw a star up against it. So we're going to. This is Edward Nancy Victor Boy. And what note do I want? When I throw on these indicators as well, whether if you're catching something I'm saying that brought that attention to you in this stock, put a little note. That's why I'm trying to put notes next to each one of these. What got my attention? So there we go. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7. So we got 7 stocks. We'll have room for one more because I want to take some time and I want to explain to some people the advantages of having to look at the top gainers and look at the top losers, how you can benefit out of one or the other. I know we all know how to benefit out of top gainers, and if you know how to trade, you know how to trade those appropriately. whether, don't get caught. Basically what I'm saying, don't get caught on the backside. So ride the momentum. Once it's dumping, get out, walk away, go move on to something else, a safer way, unless you really feel that your DD and your analytics have proven that we do. It is set to hit prior highs. So excuse me. All right, so next one down. This is the See, here we go. We got IFBD. Okay, it currently it's up 28%. I'm gonna note this one down because if you go over here, I don't have no patterns here. I don't have no signs right here on my alligators, okay, or my moving averages, okay. They don't seem to be doing anything drastic to tell me that this has found bottom, all right. But what I do see is on our RSI that we're down in that 20 area, okay. That this is buying area, this is volatility, okay. So a lot of people start buying in here, it'll get this stock to start scooting, okay. Just like once we get past this 80, we're back in volatility again. We could be testing new highs, or it's getting ready to. I mean, when I use the term rug pull, it's not rug pull, but it's getting ready. It's a lot better than saying, hey, it's about to crap the bed, okay. So, let's see. Randy's asking me, can he get me to almost kiss the mic? Yeah, this thing's been just about down my throat right now. You're funny. All right, so we got that IFBD looking good. We're at the 20 on the RSI. It's something that pulls interest for the day. So we have a little list here. I'll run down real quick. We looked at BIOL. That's Boy Indicator Oscar Larry. We got ICU. That's Indicator Charlie Uncle. We have Excella, that is X-Ray, Edward Larry Apple. And we have WLGS, that is a foreign market, so note that. Or stock, that is William Larry George Sam. We have ALIM, that is Apple Larry Indicator Mary. And we have CWD, Charles William Douglas. And that would be an IPO if you want to note that. And then last but not least, we have the EDUB. That's Edward Nancy Uncle Boy. So a few other are popping on here. These are not ones that we know for sure they're going to run yet, but these are ones that pull interest to us right now. So I just went down the line here right now for education purposes right now. And the time being, I may not want to pick this one. I may want to go start searching this thing and go a lot lower, okay? And it won't be the first 6, but we're going to use these just to get us past and get us going. So now, why I want to bring this up in this manner is now let's talk about the top losers, okay? There is money to be made on these, okay? It's very risky, folks, okay? Because you really got to do your DD on it, okay? It's really good to have that other support there like our Discord has, with other people that are in it, that done their work as well, so you can get collaboration. What I'm saying is make sure this thing ain't going bankruptcy, okay? But things, when they run really high, they need to set down, like I explained. You got to, when you pick up that watermelon or that brick, you're going to have to set it down for a little bit, okay? Whether you want to set it down for a day or you want to go on vacation, set those things down for 2 weeks, and then get that thing started moving again. Excuse me. Keeping the whistle wet. So the advantages of having top losers, okay, and disadvantages. One, if it's like, say for example, let's use this age right here for example. This is something I just tell myself, okay. There's some sort of rhyme to it, and if you do the math on it, but we're looking at age right now. We can see that we're mid-range. We'll say we're about waistband height right now. Okay, we're about center right now. We're dead center right now with this thing. So it can go, it's 50-50. It can go one way or it can go the other. Currently, we're down 25%. Okay. When we find this bottom, it's not like we're sitting there and we watch this thing go from 5 to 25. This thing, it's already down 25%. Hopefully it can catch itself. It looks like it lifted the skirt a little bit. I don't know if you all can see this. There you go. It looked like it lifted the skirt a little bit. Get ready if we get the next candle to open up to the high side. Then that's definitely an uptrend. Okay. But you could say, okay, well, it's down 25. It's not saying it's worth less than before it did that drop. Um, so there's still value. There possibly still value to it. All right. No, one thing you want to watch out: make sure it's not going to bankruptcy. If it's going bankruptcy, that 25 is going to go a lot higher, and this strategy is not going to work for you. Okay. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to look at this age. Okay, this AGE. That's Apple, George, Edward. But I'm going to go after. What would you go after? Would you go after 25%? Or would you go after a little bit more? Would you have to go a little less? Well, I can tell you how my strategy is. I want half of that 25% back. Okay? So I want 12.5% out of this. Remember, it's not about cash, it's about money here. Good morning to them. So I want 12.5% right now. I want to catch at least half that dip back. Okay, there's people that had their positions up above that can explain my story. Where at a certain point, they're going to DCA and try to get their money back out of it. You know what I mean? So there's people that are going to pump this thing right back up to at least halfway, get their money and go. There's that equation. All right. Positive for set my goal not that high. I want half of it. It's very realistic, half of that 25. And I know that, hey, at that point, I possibly could be in a 25% move because we still can go back and get right back to right before the drop. And the drop could be, like I said, it could be from bankruptcy. It could be from shorting, market manipulation. It's sad. There's a lot of stocks out there that are worth a hell of a lot more than what they're priced at right now. It's pretty sad. And the only reason why that's from market manipulations. And it's pretty sad how you could take a small cap market and you get some market makers in there and you can absolutely destroy a company when that company and realistically had a bright future. It just financially just destroyed it. That's not fair for that company, its employees. It's not fair for the investors either at that note. So. All right, so let's carry on right here. So I'm looking for half of that that 25% when we first started looking at it, and you can see even like right now that hey, we just made 5%, 5.5%, just by catching that loser. This was the very top first one we picked when we first started reporting. I just started reporting on it. It was at 25%. I'm asking for half. If I was in the play, I would have made my 5% already. Okay. 5%, do that every day out of the trading year. Do your math. Look at your numbers. Your percentage is pretty darn high. And you didn't have to work that hard. Okay? Remember, the market only fluctuates not that much. From -3 to a high 3, okay? On dramatic days, okay? So you got 5%. You just did better than the market. Kudos, congratulations. You know what I mean? And guess what? You haven't hit your goal of that 12.5% yet. All right. And that future might be a little bit brighter because this stock may have been, this is where you want to do your DD to find out, make sure it's not going bankruptcy. Okay. It's a whole different strategy playing the losers, but there's a lot of money there. And there's a reason why they have these charts out there. There's a reason why certain streams, and like myself, we put top gainers, top losers, it's all the way you want to massage your strategies and your abilities. Okay. It's change is good sometimes. I'm a stubborn old Irishman. I don't like changes, but I constantly have to remind myself to be ready to adapt to change at any given time. Okay. And accept that I'm wrong. Egos do not belong in this market. They truly don't. They will come and bite you in the butt. One, it'll get you to be the stray dog. Two, it's you're going to see your cash straight out of your pocket just as fast too, because if having egos comes stubborn equals you not getting out at the right time. So all right, and so that's that. So basically, we can go back right now. You can see age right now. Look, we're at 17%. Remember, we're at 25%. So the strategy is already working. It's just that one. So I'm not going to spend more time on this. You get the point over here with the losers. All right. If you want to go more in detail with that, like I said, I'll love to sit there and explain. If not, you can sit there and watch an example of utilizing these losers on the Discord trading floor, and how I utilize them. Okay, so and then remind you too, because I'm looking at the time, that would have been a 3-minute trade. 3 minutes, you just made 6%. That's kudos, good job. There's a big difference as we start scooting over here, because we're going to use the day chart to look at SPY, but what was the point I was just going to make on the other one? Anyway, so yeah, I mean, you use your strategies in different ways. Be ready for change. Change is good. And let's go over here and let's start jumping in here. We got about 15 minutes before the market opens. Those that are new here, once the market opens, that's the moment for silence. I give it about 10 to 15 minutes for people to come in and out of their trades without having me blah, blah, blah in the background. It allows me to do what I need to do on my time. It's just not a number I threw out there. It's actually what it takes me to come in and out of certain plays. It runs between 10 and 15 minutes, having plays that run, and also doing my DDs, following up on my analytics to see if that in particular stock is moving or still moving or getting ready to move. So at that time, we're going to go quiet, but don't leave. We will be back. I am on. You have me till 10:30. As far as the rest of this week, you have me till 10:30 this morning, East Coast time. And right after market, when I come back, we are definitely going to be diving into these plays that we're looking here. If not, we're going to check in with our Discord floor, and we're going to see what they're playing with, and see if there's something there that we can bring out to everybody and you can utilize and take advantage of. So that's that. I'm going to okay, let's go up over here and let's go ahead and throw SPY over here. All right. So we're going to hit SPY. I'm going to flip a couple scanners real quick. Just keep my eye over here. And then I'm going to see what we have on our charts, if they're matching up with these scanners too. See if they're popping in different places. So I'm already seeing this ALIM to be a positive. It's popping up on 3 different scanners. Note that. All right, so we'll jump back over those after the market starts. So real quick, if you want to take a pen and paper out, I can give you some momos real quick. Let's give it about a minute. Grab that pen and paper. I'm gonna shoot some momo, a few momo tickers, and I'm gonna shoot off. If you don't have a scanner, I'm gonna go out and give you a couple of ones that are moving right now. Okay, that possibly when we go quiet, if you want to grab position in them, if you've done your analytics or your due diligence, in a timely fashion, then you can go ahead and jump into them. So, all right, we're gonna get going with that. One right now I see that's moving. It's at $13.50. It's sitting with is that the true volume? Okay, yeah. So we're is that 138 million? Okay, well, we'll just go through it. Right now it's sitting at $6.43. We got ADPT, that is Apple, Doug, Paul, Thomas. Next one down from that line, we have ICPT, that is Indicator, Charlie, Paul, Thomas, and that is currently at $13.90. The next one down, we got BRSP, that's Boy, Robert, Sam, Paul, currently about $5.80. Another one is, like I said, we already mentioned that ALIM, that's Apple, Larry, Indicator, Mary. Currently, it's at $2.84, and is on the important gappers. Okay, so keep an eye on that one. Another one within our price range, or most people's, is ELTK. That is Edward, Larry, Tom, Kitten. Currently, it's at $4.95. Another one These ones I'm reading off to you really quick. Do your own analytics on it. Okay, do your own DD. They are moving right now, so I just don't want anybody to miss out, or possibly if somebody were in that trade already, heads up, something's happening. So we got a small cap mover over here. We got FRGT. That's Frank Robert George Thomas, and right now currently it is at $1.64. So there's those ones. We got a few Holts going on there. I'll call them off just in case anybody's in them. We have MG. I'm gonna write these down too because I love Holts. MGRM. That's Mary George Robert Mary, and it is halted at the time. It seems to be halted. I'm showing a record of once before. So and I don't have the rest time in front of me. So that's Mary George Robert Mary. Mary George Robert Mary, and that is on halt list. Okay, so there's that one. I'm not sure if I called them out yet. But some of you on the MOMO list. Okay, we've got 2 on the MOMO list. Not sure if I called them out, but I'm going to say them again. It's PRFX. That is Paul Robert Frank X-Ray. Right now it's at 79 cents. And another one is, these will be some penny stocks. We got LEXX. That's Larry Indicator X-Ray. And that is sitting at 88 cents. So note those 2. Those are ones I'm going to be looking right at really quick. Those don't know like my trades. I like to hone in on those $1 moves that are going to move to say if it's $1, it's going to go to $3 that day. I just doubled my money, if not tripled my money. With my risk factor being very low, considering the price of the stocks. So it's a great way to learn momentum. It's a great way to capitalize on your earnings. Just because they call them penny stocks doesn't make them better or worse than any other stocks out there by far. Because most don't know this. Okay, that AMC is a penny stock. So. And we've seen where that thing go. That thing's gone up to $22, higher than that. And so penny stock scanners, they work out for people. They really do. So and I use them seasonally. So a certain time of year, I'm gonna pull away from the penny stocks, and I'm probably I like that range of $5, $6, $20. If I'm gonna go into something $100, it better double itself. Pretty quick. If not, I'm going to get nervous. As you know, I don't like to stay in my trades long enough. And when my eyes come off that trade, my money comes with it. That makes sense. So don't get into too many trades at once. I recommend that if you're in a trade, you need to have that trade open at all times, because at any time we can get a falling knife or dagger, whatever you prefer, and you just lost all that work and all that effort. So the name of the game here is to do your job, do it to the bestest, and your first job is to protect your assets. Second job is get them gains. So little things I'll be throwing out here and there just it helps me out through along the day. Amazing enough, we do got Excella hitting the MOMO list as well again. So Excella, we played it. Remember, you don't want to overdo your welcome. Okay, I did see some more movement yesterday, but I wasn't going to play on the backside of it. I needed some more confirmation to be able to let me know that this thing's going to continue on the upward trend and that we're going to go and retest some new highs. Okay, so we don't necessarily need to retest new highs to make gains, like I showed yesterday. Between a 10% movement, if it wants to take all day and go up and down, well, you could stay in that trade and just get that 10% of the day, or you could work that trade, okay? And every time it went up 10% and came back down, say if it did that 4 times, well, you just made 40% when stock only did a 10% move. So take your gains, certain things. I understand it gets frustrating certain people that they see somebody that comes in and out of something that they're long in, but we're not the ones that told them go get along in that position. they don't know my style, and I don't know their style. So paper handing, go for it. Take that money, because if not, I promise you leave it on the table long enough, there's going to be a hedgie or somebody along that's going to come and rip that money right off. So protect your gains, please, people. Okay, so now we're going over SPY. We got about about 8 more minutes, and let's just go over SPY real quick. So it's very important. So SPY, here we are. Let's go over to the daily. Let's see where we're at. Daily looks gorgeous. Our RSI, we're about waistband height, and we got the SMI about the same place. It's really nice to see that. Remember, this is oscillators. You got the bulls and the bears. Of course, the bottom of this pivot point here, it would be the bears. Up above would be the bulls. So you notice how the bulls have held a lot of support here. Okay, we are on the SMI. We are midway on the SMI. Those that don't know and they're not familiar, but this line right here, whether it's going to go to the upside or to the downside on the oscillator, that is our halfway point on the high and the low for that SMI. What I'm talking about is you go back, you can see we got a high over here, and then we got a low over here, and it's right in the middle. So I call this waistband. You're about midway up. You got to know those. You got to know that position to know how much further, how much more action you're going to get into your trade. So here on the daily, I like it. We got the RSI still continuing an upward trend here. We got the SMI to turn around. We do got the bulls on our favor. So let's go ahead and take yesterday's notion and all that stuff off. Man, we did make some marks yesterday, so let's go back and check on those. I don't want to delete. I just want to take those away. So let's see if we recognize any patterns. That's one thing we want to look at. We want to look at our moving averages or our alligators. Look, we got the 55 up above the 100, and we have the 200 below the 100. That is confirmation that we are still in a golden cross. This is an upward trend line. I'm not going to spend too much time drawing lines right now. We do got some sort of pattern that just got pinched out of right now. If you were to draw a line there, every time the lines cross, we get a reaction, and you can see what's happening right now. It's going to the upside. So some things that we need to keep an eye on. We need to keep an eye on how far the legs are apart. We have the 55 really close to that 100 right now. So if that turns down, that's going to start putting us into that golden cross, and we're going to play the sets appropriately as far as the reactions of when they enter and they cross in those manners, whether it's a death cross or a golden cross. So let's get these legs to separate. That'll show us more strength. As you can see, the 55 here. Let's see since we're going to be going to the EMA anyways. This is on the daily chart. You can see that the 55 just started kicking off. That's beautiful, I really like to see the 100 go straight. And this go up, because all that's going to do is it's going to open the legs up wider. But it is separating, okay? And we're holding that golden cross, all right? Those that don't know, if you're not familiar with the 55, 100, and 200s, the moving averages, they all have their own value too, okay? You're going to see the 55 react a heck of a lot more than you're going to see that 200, okay? It takes a lot to get the 200 to actually react. I'll show that on another charting platform and more in detail later as we go. So one of the things that we look at inside here, not just our moving averages, we want to know where our EMAs are at, right? So right now, remember we want our blue line to be below the light blue line, because as you can see, anytime the light blue line is above our dark blue line, these are our moving averages. This is the EMA 5, and this is the moving average 5. All right. Anytime that they cross, you can see the reaction of it. So once the blue line crosses below the dark blue line, then you can see what happens. It comes down. So where do we want our blue line? We want our blue line to be above the dark blue, right? So here's our blue line right now. It's just coming up. It's just starting to do a crossing right over to the high side of it. So I got it found support here. It's worth this. The stock is worth this, but it's ready to go retest some new highs. So on the daily, do we have room to go? Absolutely. Okay, we're on a beautiful upward trend. All the indicators are reacting, showing positive on it for the upside. We ask ourselves, okay, well, how far on the daily can we go? Let's go and actually, I believe I have drawings already. So let's go see how far we can go. Let's open that up. We got that 217.62 that we got to go back and retouch right now. Hopefully that's the road that we're on to right now. I can see that at once before we do have some consolidating during this period. So let's watch out for when we get up to that 414.44. We got a midway point at 414.97, and the high of that channel would be 415.42. So what do we need to do? We need to, of course, obviously get to that 415.52, and we need to hold it and break up above it. Okay, so and then that will be confirmation that we're continuing our uptrend. So the whole time as you're watching the market, watch these dailies. Remember what I said, when we get up to past that 80, where the chances are a lot more riskier of going both ways, whether it's going down or up. So pay attention to the placement of these RSIs. Okay, so there it is. That's the daily. Let's just skip forward real quick to the half hour. Now what we're doing, we're going further closer to the chart and current time right now on it. What is it going to do? I need to see some confirmation from these half hour to show that this daily is going to continue that upward trend. Okay, so here on the half hour, you can see that it found its high at that 416.52. It's coming down. I want to call this consolidating. This would be it's definitely be pushing it down. But we ultimately what we want that RSI to be at the bottom, right? We want to be below 20 before we get any entry. So we're getting that neck of the woods. So can it turn around half hour? Yes, it can. We got to get a little more volume here in with it, and we'll definitely get that turnaround. We do have that halfway point. This is a point that it found support once before, and it looks to be just picking it up on the half hour right now. So we're starting a new upward trend. That is getting more confirmation for that daily notion that we just went through. So now we got room in a half hour. We got an RSI getting ready to cross. Remember, the SMI has more value. We need the bears leave town, let the bulls flip over to the other side, and let's get this the legs to cross on the SMI. So SMI is basically, like I said, it's about waist height right now, waistline height. So let's go further now real quick. And here we are. We're at 6:30. The bell's open. I apologize. It took a little bit longer. And we'll pull off for 10 to 15 minutes. Ding, ding, ding. The bell is open. Those that have missed it, the quiet is for yourself and others to go in and out of their trade once the market opens and close or open trades. So stay with us. We haven't left. We will be back about 15, a quarter till, let's just say that. Okay. Good luck, and make sure you get your stop losses in. Good morning, Grumpy. Sorry I haven't checked the chat there, but if you're still there, still here, good morning. Good to see you here. fam, I am back. All right. So I hope everybody got their positions. They closed theirs. I hope that works for you, given that time. I need to fix something over here. That's funny. I need to pop this open over here. All right. So, thank you. I appreciate Grumpy for that moment of silence, and you appreciating that as well. So, good morning, Lionel. Good to see you in here. Good morning, Rodney. Good morning, Randy. Good morning, Diane. Good morning, Doors. Let's see who else. Apologize if I missed. I had to retie the string on my finger today to get back to, or remember to check the chat. So, let's go. So a couple we talked about today, this morning, since open, they've already halted. So we're watching these two ELTK. That's Edward, Larry, Tom, Kitten. Also, we're watching the CWD. That's Cat, William, Douglas. Right now, one that's catching my eye a lot. There's two right now. Which is a great entry point too. But the ENVB, that's Edward, Nancy, Victor, Boy. That one right now is up on the radar. Oh, we just got a halt again on that ELTK for the downside. So something like this, folks, if you're interested in say for this play right here, okay, we'll definitely be going back. Let me start to spit some lines real quick. We want that retest that $5.60. Okay, it seemed to be right there. Okay, that's our no-go zone. Done. If it goes past this line, I'm gonna set my alarm and pick up the trade after it's done falling. So what we're anticipating, what we're looking for here is this right here. Okay. So we want to see that breakout right here. We want to see this kind of stair step down, smaller, do a flip around. Okay, so that's my notion right now. I need to get some backup on that, right? So let's go over here to the SMI. The SMI, look what it's doing. It's just getting ready to cross, right? So the the bears are starting to leave. We're at a good buy-in area with the RSI. So the chance of this going right back up, there it is. It's starting that newer high. It didn't use that pattern as the breakout, but we can start drawing a trend line for newer highs on this. So right, we have a lot of crossings right now. We have the 55 crossing over 200. We have the 100 crossing the 200 as well. So currently we're sitting with 387,000 with a average of 4,000. So keep an eye on those, like I said, those few stocks that we talked about. One thing I did notice is, let me check these two things, make sure I'm getting the same readings. Let's just go over and see how the overall market was. And then also, if we have time today, let's go back and SPY as well. I want to finish up where I left off. Okay, so currently right now we have the NASDAQ that is up 0.54%. Dow Jones is down 0.21%. Russell 2000 is down 0.34%. S&P 500 is down 0.1%. So getting ready to flip over there. So overall, we have one that's green. The rest are red. Unlike yesterday, it was all green, and it held pretty darn good yesterday. So where's that EMVB? This one here. This one seems to be a nice mover right now. A lot of talk about it right now. We got an average. We have a volume of 12 million and climbing with an average of 32,000. At this point, those are in it or thinking about it. Let's pop open, see if we find any news on it real quick. Bioscience receives notice of allowance from the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office for a novel prodrug of penicillin, I guess. So we got some approvals as we're watching this one. Let's see if what the talk is about it.
Inveric Biosciences, Inc., NASDAQ, ENVB, has received a notice of allowance from the United States Patent and Trademark Office for a patent application involving EB373, the company's new chemical entity psilocin prodrug being developed for the treatment of anxiety disorder. The soon-to-issue patent, titled C4-carbonothioate Substituted Tryptamine Derivatives and Methods of Using, contains composition of matter claims for a family of novel prodrug derivatives of psilocin, including EB373, Inveric's lead product candidate. The USPTO issues a notice of allowance after making the determination that a patent should be granted from an application. Additionally, Inveric has filed further composition of matter patent applications with the USPTO for psilocin prodrugs, including compositions comprising a crystalline molecular structure. Further, companion patent cooperation treaty and non-U.S. national patent applications have been filed to pursue global coverage of the EVM 201 and EVM 301 series in target market countries, and positive international search reports written opinions have been received under the patent cooperation treaty for a majority of those applications.
Okay, that's a little bit of insight on there. I don't know why that just happened. Why does Shiba keep popping up on here? Is that trying to tell me something? Okay, so we got some positive news there for this. Not Shiba. What is Shiba doing? It's haunting me. It's like stalker. All right, so we got some good information on this. So this is pretty positive. Let's go ahead and trade the momentum. If you find the opportunity to come in and out, once I settle down, I can pull the attention to it. I will be looking for an entry. So. Let me go back over to here. We do got some support line of $2.52. If it doesn't hold that, then we're looking at $2.03. But on the 1 minute, we're just above waistline, and looks to be that the bulls are leaving, and it's about to go red right now. But I think it's going to be a short turnaround. There we go. We got a decision candle coming in right now because the RSI is up on an upward trend, and we're getting up into that volatility area. Excuse me. Yep, there's that red. But I think it's going to continue this trend line until we get to the top where I'd rather see it, and then go ahead and tank, come down, and then we'll be looking for a buy-in once it comes back down that 20 area on the RSI. So just want to remind everybody at home as well that we do have that 30-second delay, okay, and possibly a little bit more by time what I'm saying here on the charts and what you're reading. Okay, so mind your own charts type deal, if that makes sense. So use this for confirmation, but do not come in and out of your trades on this chart at all whatsoever. And as in the that rolling annoying thing across the bottom of the screen there, I am going to announce it that this is not financial advice. This is for pure entertainment, and this is an educational channel. So we want to one of the tools that we use to help others is Discord. So we have a Discord there. It's safe. I know there's pros and cons to Discord, but that's what we choose to use to communicate through and get confirmations, and that's where our community resides right now. So if you haven't yet, we have a QR code over there in the corner, so please take a chance, go over there. Pop in over here on the trading floor if you like. If not, go through the different channels and see what kind of news we're posting news on there on a daily basis, and we separate the news quarterly. Okay, so if we don't have confirmation on news, but you want to put it out there for somebody else to maybe possibly get confirmation, or they can do their own DD on it, we have a section called Debunk the Funk. If not, we have World News, and World News would have. So Debunk the Funk would be something we don't have proof on. World News is something we have actual proof, and it's the truth. So we filter in that sense as well, so that people can truly get a view, and then they can make their own choices. So which way they want to approach it. So right now we are in a golden cross here on this ENVB. Looks like what it did, we basically was doing one of these. I see a pattern here, excuse me. And this is, we made an upwards consolidate. We're looking for an upwards pattern. I want some confirmation on that notion I just did. Yes, we're at the bottom of the RSI. We're in the buying area. It's going up. Check. Okay, where are we at with our SMI? We're waistband height. Okay, that's acceptable. Okay, it's still an upward trend overall, so that's a check. Now I got to make sure we got the bulls in town right now, and the bears have left. You can see right here with the oscillator that the bulls are in town. Okay, so everything is saying that, yep, here it goes. We're going to get that continuous of that upward trend. And that was shorting right there, by the way, folks. We have 16 million and climbing right now with an average of 32,000. Okay, and we just got a candle like that. Okay, so I have a rule of thumb, me personally, and see how we just broke through this channel right here. That, and once I see that market, this indicator started getting manipulated in that fashion, I walk away. I don't. There's 101 more other stocks out there, and this stock ain't one. You know, or 100 more problems out there, and the stock ain't one type deal. You know what I'm saying? So, it is tampering. The one thing I didn't like is how it actually fell and wicked down below this channel. It's trying now, but I don't like this wick right here. This is saying there's something going on in this market right here that I just don't feel comfortable with. Okay, so we're gonna hang out with this one for a minute just to see if that notion is true. I have something counterdicting that notion right here. We got the oscillator that is collapsing and ready to flip to the good side. I am starting to see some buys come in here. Still have this unsteadiness type deal with this one candle here. I don't like this decision candle. So I'm throwing a red flag there. This would be a downward trend line here with the SMI, but it's midway. It's known to be picked up right here to go retest highs. So watching the RSIs, one thing we can see the 55 wanting to cross over that 100. So it's wanting to go in that death cross right now. See that? Okay. Now remember, one of our other things that we use for confirmation, and you can see how when the dark blue line, this is our this light blue and dark blue, those are moving EMAs. So dark blue, I believe, is the 5 moving average, and then I have the EMA of a 5 as well. So, but as you can see in history, it tells that anytime the blue line is above the white line, then we're making money. And look what it did. It dropped and it went to the downside, and the legs are spreading right here. So, you know, sometimes working with your gut helps, right? So I saw that candle. I did not feel comfortable with it. It's really testing that bottom of that channel where it's not finding that to be support. So we need to find some new support for that. Currently at this time, I am not in this trade. I'm just going to use this trade as some sort of educational purpose right here, and then take the time, and my gains will be helping somebody else, hopefully, with what I'm putting out right here. So I'm just going to sit back and monitor this one with you. As things change, we'll go ahead and drop more. Say, for example, if I want to run off to go look at another ticker, and I'm really worried about this, or I have a position, I'm looking for a position, utilize your alarms. You know, when it crosses that line, the alarm's going to go off. It's going to notify you via text message if you have that set up in that manner, or if those notifications are on, or it's going to let you know right there on your screen as you chart. You know, for example, we're using Weeble. So use those alarms. Alarms equal money. They equal more time for you to do more DD without you actually getting your full attention to that chart. And like I mentioned that earlier, I'm a firm believer, if you're in a trade, you need a screen just for that trade. Okay, so you need to always monitor that trade. You got to monitor your money. So like I said, you leave it on the table, it will be taken. It's testing that bottom side of this channel right now. So it's trying to pull itself together. SMI is saying that, you know what, I'm digging what you're saying, but you know, we got some communication breakdown still. So The RSI is in that downward trend. It hasn't hit bottom yet. We need this to actually hit bottom. That wasn't bottom right here. This was just a reset to continue this downward trend. So as you can see, if you're not in it yet, you can start getting it for a cheaper price. You know our goal right now at this point. Okay, me personally, I would say this would be a safe area, that $2.78. So we picked it up here at $2.48. You saw it $2.74. You're doing really good. So, but okay, let's use this as this moment right here to explain a little something here too. With when you get these wicks that bounce up and down, what I commonly do, it's funny that there's associates and traders of mine that seen the same thing, and we've experienced and learned this together. GP is one of them. Him and I used to always watch. We used to always watch these together. It was a lot of fun. But basically, what I like to do is I'm gonna throw a mark there. Let's just go through a red. It's because it matches the that candle, and I'm gonna throw a red here, a line here. Okay. So what we were finding is more times than less. Seeing how it's picked it says, hey, we want to go here. And it says, no, dude, we're worth more than that. Okay. So through this whole time, I'm going to be trading this. Let's see how this, may end up running into this channel back and forth. So we may get that high, that retest. If we get past that 274, then I'm definitely going to be looking for that 285 area as a point of concern. So dropping below that support level. Funny thing is happening is that we are still getting, now we have 18 million now, with an average of 32,000. So I explained there was a short starting to happen. It happened, and we got some information out of it. So still not currently in the trade. If I'm going to sit here and give attention to it, then I am definitely going to be possibly looking for an entry. So I see it hit the bottom of that. I know that it does want to come back up to this range here. We do have the volume. Mid-range on everything's mid-range on the SMI. Let's open that up so you kind of see. Actually, we're just below the belt right now, and it said that, hey, you know what, we're worth more than this, and started an upward turn. So I would play this momentum personally, and I just might if I get time. I'm gonna ride this up to that 285 with the top, that thing top wicked. But first time I'm gonna draw would be the 278. So take your gains, Possibly with that type of shorting going on, it might need to go a little bit sideways here before it takes off. So get some true volume there and see how it takes off. So I'm going to flip over here to the CWD. That's CAT. William Douglas is halted again. Let's see which way it's halted. It got halted to the downside. So right now, currently, that's sitting at 3.95 million and with an average of 2 million. So just a little bit over average. Definitely got to get some more interest in here. It looks like we're on a downtrend with the SMI. So nice to see that SMI actually hit the bottom. And then also with the RSI. It is in the buy-in area. This is a turnaround point. But let's keep note, if I'm not mistaken, this is an IPO. So be careful. What goes up does come down. So. Yeah, it's still halted. I do not have a rest time at the moment for you guys on that. I got to turn that machine on to read the halts and give me some rest times, some accurate rest times, but I have it turned off at the moment. So another one that we were talking about this morning, it keeps popping up back and forth. I think I'm going to pull off this SDA. But the ALIM, that's Apple Larry Indicator Mary. Apple Larry Indicator Mary. It's getting some juice here. It's starting to move. We got some volume. Just triggered a volume alarm for me, and so that scanner's working. So it's at 16 million right now and climbing pretty fast. There's a lot of interest. You can see how it's flickering back and forth. We have an average of 24,000, and right now, like I said, right now we're sitting at 17 million and climbing. We had opened at $2.68, and we had a high of $3.18 already. So we know what we're going to go back and retouch. And the low today was $2.56. So we got that $2.56 for support. So one way you can use this for, or you could draw this out. You can either drop it right there. There's our low. We'll mark it red. Let's go grab our high. There we are. You got your high on it, right? That's our goal. Now you know how much you're going to make off it on the first pull, the first push. Now what we need to do, we need to know where is this thing at? What strength is it playing on right now, right? So we got to find our equal medium that's in between here. It doesn't have to be equal, but it has to make sense on the chart. I'm finding that to be a nice support line, a lot of touching in that area. And at that point, I will go ahead and turn this over to be white and identify a different manner, thicken it up so everybody at home can see. And there we are. So we got a lot more information, right, than that, right? This, I can see a channel. I think most of us can see this channel here. But this will kind of give us a gauge to know the strength on it. Okay, you know, it got rejected right here. You can even watch this. Okay, well, next time on the way up, we definitely need to get past this point. But I could tell you halfway point, it's leaning more towards the downside than the upside, right? This is stuff this is information that's just coming in as you're drawing. So use the lines how you feel comfortable and how you understand them. If you don't understand what I just said, it doesn't mean that you're better trader than me or not. It's just that you have a different view of what you're seeing here. So I'm seeing a little wedge right here, breakout wedge seems to be, and I'll go ahead and draw it out so I identify it for everybody here. It is something in that sense, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to drop that to be a downside. All right, and then I'm going to grab this. We can either hit the top side of this wedge here. Okay, so it's one option we could be looking forward to. Remember, every time something crosses, something happens. That's interesting how close that halfway point is right here. So you know you're on the right path when you get confirmations like that. There's one other possibility. So we could either be breaking out at this point right here, or we can grab this line right here and be looking at that support. Okay, drop that in right there. So we have two ways. Overall, I feel that when this thing turns, we are going to be going the upside. Why did I know that? It's because oscillators are getting ready to flip to the other side. We have the SMI that is at waist height, and its legs were there, closing there for a minute. RSI found some support, getting ready to turn. So what am I going to do? I'm going to mark my assumption just so that I keep the notion that once we hit this point here, I want to see upside. I'm going to put it green. If I felt that this is going to dump out of it, then I'm going to put it red. So anytime you see those on my charting, it kind of gives you an idea without asking which way is the breakout. Okay, so I feel that if we can't get it right here, which I don't think we're going to miss this one, then we're definitely going to be green. We're definitely going to be intercepting at this point here and getting some climb. So we want this wedge to come down right here, do a breakout to the upside, and then we'll be rocking and rolling. Excuse me. So we'll keep an eye on this one. We got some data over here. Set your marks, where your entries. If you're already in, get your stop losses or whatnot. So let's bounce back over. Why this thing does still? We still got one. Yeah, at this. See, this is the cool thing about this. If you trust your drawings and stuff like that, me knowing that, hey, we just missed this one, then I know we still got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, about 6 minutes before we even hit this point, right? If not, if it goes lower, oh well, it's perfect because I'm not in and I'm looking for a cheaper deal. So, but I know once we get to this point, if it does pop up and over that, then I definitely want to be in the trade. So at that point, I'll go over here and I will create an alert. So bam, alert, set alert appropriately. How you feel. You want to have it read to you just once, cross the line, twice, every time it crosses, when it's above it or when it's below it. So I have an alarm right there already telling me that, hey, it's going to be going the upside, right? I don't need to know the downside. But what you could do, if you really like to, if you really want to penny pinch it, you can always go over to something like this and say, you know what? There is some support right here for sure, right? So you want to get in at that point. So what you would do at this point here, you would go ahead and set an alert, right? So now you know that, hey, you really came to the point where you want to enter. You know what I mean? If not, it says, hey, it's going. Go grab your entry from wherever you're at. So I'm going to save that. and that leaves. You can see here it comes. It's coming down that point. You'll see, well, I don't know if you'll see it on the screen here, but I will be triggered that, hey, you know what? It got to your buy-in point. So since this line has expired, I'm still anticipating the upside. I'm going to take this line. I'm going to move it forward over here. I'm not going to draw another line. More lines, more clutter, more stuff that your brain has to process in a faster and process in such a short time as you're coming in or out of trades. So seem to find that a little bit to be support, but remember we still have this this bottom of, is that wick? No, we gotta go over and take a look at that one. So I'm gonna watch it. If it gets below it, like I said, it's gonna trigger it. Right, I just got one alarm, and then if you miss it, you'll see your alarms over here. But if you're using Webull, it will turn orange, so to get your attention. So I'm looking for this breakout now to be right here. So I want to see this wedge, this follow out. You can refine this. Maybe you can even see if this wants to come down, it could still do a breakout at this point here. So I'm going to leave that line there. Our SMIs are going straight down to the bottom, looking beautiful. Definitely buy-in zone once those bears leave town. SMI looks, RSI looks great. You're in a buy-in zone. You're below the 20. So this will be turning around here shortly. So let's jump back over here to the CWD. That's Cat William Douglas. Trying to find that support line. I think we got this for a line. See how? Let's go for that $8. So $8. If it holds that and bounces off of that, then that'll be confirmation for the upside. So RSI looks great. SMI looks gorgeous as well. So if you're on the minute chart here, if I had something, I would be wanting to use that $13 range as my target. Okay, so you'd be picking up for $7.91 and going for that target of that 13. So currently we're at 4.6 and climbing in volume with an average of 2. So we're double the volume right now. So that's plenty to get this thing moving to the upside. Now we need a little more confirmation. Let's go over here to the daily. Good reminder, this is IPO. We have no data on this, so I'm really going to watch my butt on this. Okay, so because this is all new data coming in, it's just all getting familiar. So remember, we have our light blue on top of our dark blue. That's our EMAs. We need those to cross, right? We need that dark blue up above. Watch when that thing starts pinching together and the legs close up. That you're going to know the ample time to go ahead and get your entry. Your entry when these cross might be up here in this area. Okay. Is it the prime entry point? No, because realistically, this is the prime entry point. All right, so you got to have your data, you got to have your trust and your faith in your chart and your indicators to know that, hey, that was a good time to get in to get that exact best price. But if it were to break to the top side and continue an upward trend like it already has, then you know that that's time to enter. You're still going to make a good earnings. It's still a good time for a position, and it's even better because you have more data, you have more confirmation on it. So let's jump back over here to the ENVB. It's on that continuous uptrend, looking really good on the 1 minute. It did find this point right here to be a problem. So this candle right here needs to figure out which way it wants to go. If not, we're going to be rejected off this 266. And then come down, and it seems that we have a channel that it's already created here. So we're going to take that, we're going to run that across. Let's just run, let's run that. And let's move this up. Let's use the top of this wick, okay? So I feel like we're going to hit that right now anyways. We need the RSI is way too high. It's oversold right now, so we got to watch out for that one, but the SMI is opening up its legs, so we can test new highs with the RSI. Remember that SMI has a lot more value than the RSI when you're looking at it as a gauge. So we look at your volumes right here in the background here. It is coming down, but everything happens at a pinch. So showing that it has volume for the upside. This will be a 1, 2, 3. We have 3 confirmations at the exact same openings and closes, or at least closes, and this will be a decision candle. So I'm seeing some buys just starting to come in here. The volume is still increasing. We're at 23 million. Starting to bust up over it. There we go. Notion, the vibe, everything feels good. We got the dark blue up above the light blue. We're in a golden cross. The only thing that's not checking off right now is the oscillator. But there's no saying that I could flip around and come back over. But keep an eye on that if it doesn't want to flip to the bearish side, which is showing strength that it's not going to, but at this point. But looks like we're going to be testing new highs on RSI right now. So it's holding it. Don't want to flip over to the bearish side. If you see the bearish side, it's up to you if you want to risk the biscuit or just go ahead and pull your investment out then and wait till the bears come back. So, but everything's right now showing me with the movement, seeing how everything's moving, that we're definitely going to come back and retest and get up and over that. What is this here? That 273. So, market trend lines. I got a channel. Until it comes out of that channel, I'm not going to put a trend line. I don't need that trend line if it's just a channel. Yep, there we go. We're up and out. You got it. So what would I do at this point? I'll come in. I'll drop my trend line in. All right. Remember, the trend just needs to make sense to you, but commonly how trend line works, those that don't know, it's basically where one point touches the line the most. Okay. So I'll use this as my trend line right now. All right, we got 15 minutes before my time expires. But when we do, okay, or before I go into that, let's we got 315. That this is if you're in this trade, you want to watch out for this 315 area. Okay, so let's go ahead and get that 315. I mean, even right now where it's at 15 cents, do with $3 investment, you know, for 4 or 5 minute trade, that's not bad. And keep compounding it. Keep moving, you know, as you go. You know, climb it up until you get that sign, whether it's in the gut or you have something that's triggered something in your mind that recognize that pattern for the downside. At that point, go ahead and get out. You know, last thing to do is, I mean, it's always good to have that reinsurance. And like I said, it's reinsurance when you ask a coach, you know, a fellow trader or a friend or whatever, you know, what's their thoughts are. It's not their fault. That's just their thoughts. So you have to register it yourself. You have to find it. You know, can't rely on others to do your trading for you. All right. So yeah, I was gonna say a minute ago as we're watching this. Those are just tuning in at 10:30. I'll step away. You can find me in Discord. And throughout the day today, just like yesterday, as time goes, I'll be interrupting a lot more, all depending on the market, throughout the day with different plays, little MOMO plays. So stay tuned if you want to catch on any of those. There's no exact time on them. When they start moving, I'll pop in. I'll let you know where I got in, and I'll walk you through my trade. Again, this is not financial advice. It's for education purposes. So I hope you learned something out of it, and it's up to you if you want to be in the same trade or not. So, but yeah, so at 10:30, I'll be stepping away, and at that time, what I do is we're a family here, so I like to be transparent as I can be. So basically, I just get my I'm a single father, get my boy ready for school, and I like to see him off to school every single day, and I like to be there when he gets dropped off. Something I always admired. I have 2 older kids from a prior relationship, and I remember I was always working my butt off and admiring those fathers, you know, that 10:30 on a Tuesday or on a Thursday, out there walking their kids, you know, going, damn, you know, I wish I can be that guy, you know, but I'm out here humping and pumping, you know. So I promised myself with my youngest from my second marriage that I want to be there. I want that, and the only way for me to get that is I had to go get it myself. You know, so I got myself in a position to where I was able to be there as a full-time father and really enjoy that. So on those days he's out of school and time's permitting, I am going to go out there at 10:30 on Tuesday and Thursday with my son. I'm gonna watch him ride his bike, and I'm gonna enjoy life, and not be stuck up in a world for some other business to make them rich and make them happy. So that's what we like here about the Discord. We like to keep everything in house. I like to get you the education you deserve. I don't think because you can afford it, you can't afford it. It should be something that would deter your destiny. That if this really works for you, then find out. Okay, and I hope it really does. But at the same note, this education can teach you that, hey, you know what? I don't have what it takes. Which is, I don't want anybody giving up on themselves. So you got to try. But once you get to a certain point, you ain't making no money. You need to step away for a little bit. Don't drag it on. So use this to gauge. Hey, do I have what it takes to be able to do this? Is it good? Do I have the time? Trading, it really does. It takes a lot of time away from everything. So, especially if you don't have a community, you're out there by yourself. You got to run out and do all that, DD yourself. But our community here, we all help each other. We keep everything in house. Whether you have $0 or not, all you got to do is get your butt on the trading floor and pay attention. Get your pen and paper out. Ask questions, and that's absolutely for free at the time being. So take advantage of that. All right, got 9 minutes up to that. We can see, I don't know if you noticed already that we did pop up and through this channel, but it's finding some sort of resistant point here. Okay, so it's going to do some consolidating. That's not going to consolidate. It's going to be coming back down. So I have a feeling we're going to come back and touch the top side of this channel. Let's see if we can hold the top side of that channel. If not, then I know if we break below it, we are definitely coming down and retesting that $2.30 area. So keep your eyes on this trade if you're in it. Let's go back and take a look at the CWD. CWD is still in a 1 minute consolidating period. We can see the 100 does want to cross over the 200 here. We're just below belt line on the SMI. RSI is on an upward trend. A little bit high, but we're at the 80 point. We're actually at 77 right now. Once we hit the 80, that's some confirmation. You can ride the momentum up until it wants to turn back around and come down. So ultimately, at this point, if I want to get into this trade, I'll be looking at the numbers of this red line here, 791. Okay, so cheapest bargain price would be 791. If it holds this and it can ride momentum, would be 791. In between, anything in between this channel right here that we're seeing. So it would be this. So this is what you're waiting for. You're waiting for the breakout. So you want to purchase it here or purchase it right after we do a breakout or right before. But you got to get your confirmations. What confirmations you ask is all the ones that we constantly go over and stuff that I go in detail with on the trading floor. Watch your EMAs. So right now we do have, I would say, I'm getting very comfortable about going in. It's finding support. Why is because our EMAs are getting ready to cross legs again. So we're getting ready to get that blue line on top of the white line. That kind of narrows down your perfect entries. And at this point, I'll be riding everything we just dropped right now. I want to go back and retest that $13. So when I get into this trade right here, I need to find a halfway point just to say, hey, where are we at? Does it got what it takes? Is it riding more on the downside than the upside? And that's going to be this line right here. So I identify that with a different color, so it makes my brain work a lot faster. Everything's in patterns. I use the same patterns, rinse and repeat them every day. So there's our green. There we go. So that's a lot better than that, right? How much data can you really pick up off of that? But once you pick up this, you got a heck of a lot more data, right? So do your analyst, watch charts, do your drawings. It's very important. You may pick up something I don't. I'm not perfect. I just have a strategy that works very well. And if you're able to train yourself and rinse and repeat them, then you can be very successful at your trade. Go back over to chat here. Grumpy. Lay's clothes reminds him of his wife when he got married. Okay. Alright, make sure I'm not missing anything else here. A play that just triggered off on my scanner. We talked about it yesterday, so it took a little bit of time on it. It did do a nice little run up here. It looked like it went from I would have let me pull this up over here on another chart, but GFAI, keep your eye on Guard Force AI. Seems to be collecting some momentum here as well. Overall, with most of my scanners, before I pull off, the one that really hits and stands out the most right now is this ENVB. All right, this one shows the most, seems to be the most, the one that I'm gonna get the fastest, the quickest results from. So keep an eye on this one as I'm away. If you have any questions, like I said, you guys know where to find me. I'm over there in the Discord. The link is all over this page. It's over the QR code there. It's in the description down below. On your way down there, if you haven't yet, could you please hit that like and subscribe button if you enjoy this content that I'm providing here, so that we can get out to more people and help people get that education as far as what they're doing, you know, and things are so much different from the past. You know, there's so many apps now that it allows a lot of those not sure investors just to jump on, and they look at it as kind of like a game at first. I still look at the whole thing as a game, but they look at it as a game, so it's not really true. They don't know what they're doing. You know, you got to have charts in front of you. You know, not saying that I can trade on the side without even looking at a chart. Just watching the volume, watching the numbers, okay? Looking at the priors, looking at the 52 weeks and stuff like that. But it's very important to run your own, do your charting yourself. You know, get that education. You know, it's only gonna put more money in your pocket and make you be a better trader. You know what I mean? So that's what we're about over here at Bullfrog TA. So please don't be shy. Come in. Like I said, it's free right now. So. You're in now, and if doors were ever closed during that time you're inside there, you are grandfathered in for life, and without any monthly subscriptions or whatnot. So now's the time to get in, grow further with the family. There's a lot of good hoots and hollers in there. Right now we're testing a re-high on this EV or ENVB right now. We got to get up and over that 320, but look at your SMIs. I really should, I shouldn't have to go back and forth and point these out. These are things that I'm looking at all the time. You should start training your eye to do as well. Look at your SMIs. Look at the movement of your RSIs. Look at your oscillators. Look what the oscillator is doing. Which side of the line? What side of the line it likes to be on more than the other? Tells you stuff. So seems we're doing a stair step. I don't know if you guys remember this kind of same little pattern here. We were getting that yesterday in Excella. So I do like that ENVB for today. It might be the play of the day unless something else pops up. So anything important does pop up. That's why you stay tuned. We didn't just walk away from the channel. I will be popping in periodically throughout the day if a stock is worthy enough to bring to your attention and safe enough where you have time to get in or out at that point. So this is financial advice. This is educational purposes only. Like I said, I'll be popping in and out. I will report back in 15 minutes or a half hour before post market. I want to make sure everybody's clear about this. Post market closes, okay? So I'm not going to see you when the overall market closes. I'm going to be reporting on post market. Reason being is because we trade from early morning for pre-market, and we don't stop until post market close. Okay, so. It's a good time to check in right there and see how everything went today, what we're thinking about tomorrow, any kind of updates or anything like that we could fill you in at that time. That's needed. We'll go ahead and do that. That would be the appropriate time to do it as well. So we got about 1 more minute left, and I get to go play daddy duty for a minute. And after that, like I said, I'll be over in Discord. If you have any questions over a stream, anything very important, please put it all in capital letters. Therefore, my mods or myself will be able to identify out of the rest of the chat, and we can get you your help you need, as promptly as we can. So, thank you all for being with me. It's 10:30, and like I said, we're not going anywhere. So stay tuned, and I'll be popping in and out if things start moving, and definitely we'll be following up on this ENVB and Excella. Those are a couple things that are on my radar right now. So good luck, put your stop losses, and I'll talk to you soon.